10 seconds. So Fed's Powell says we will do everything we can to support a strong labour market as we make further progress towards price stability. We do not seek or welcome further cooling in labour market conditions. The time has come for policy to adjust. The timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. Policy rate levels gives ample room to respond to risks, including unwelcome further weakening in the labour market. My confidence has grown that inflation is on a sustainable path back to 2%. We have made a good deal of progress towards the goal of price stability while avoiding sharp increases in unemployment. The labour market cooling is unmistakable and no longer overheated. Inflation has declined significantly, and we're now much closer to the goal. The balance of risks to our mandates has changed. Upside risks to inflation have diminished, downside risks to employment have increased. The timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. So, US short term interest rate futures rise. Traders are adding to bets on Fed rate cuts after Fed Chair Powell's remarks. Seeing downside in dollar, upside in stocks. US Treasury yields extend the fall after Fed's Powell speech. 10-year yield last down 4.4 basis points at 3.816%. So the pound gains to the strongest versus the dollar since April 2022. And US Treasury 2-year yield last down 4.2 basis points at 3.963%. So Fed swaps steady and the prices and price in nearly 100 basis points of easing by the year end. So the euro turns higher, last up 0.16% at 1.1126 per dollar, and the dollar yen last down 0.16% at 101.32. Traders of rate futures pricing in about a 1 in 3 chance of a half point Fed rate cut in September, up from before Powell's speech. US stocks extend gains, Dow Jones up 1%. And the Canadian dollar strengthened 0.7%, touched the highest level since April 4th at 1.3517 per US dollar. Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 53 out of 100 equaling neutral, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 34 out of 100 equaling fear. And looking at the VIX, currently down 6.56% at 16.3.
My mic. Oh no, it is working. Yeah, market is moving a lot right now. Not great edge for you guys. I would not touch it. See a bit more liquidity step back in on the bump. It's retracing a lot of this initial move up. Came back down to our buying deltas here and have pushed. But we want to see if we can confirm an uptrend. We're back inside value on NQ and ES. So if we reject here, probably have one more leg down. Just keep that in mind that we have to get back over our value edge here at 35s on NQ and 7. That's not true. 46s on ES. If we can do that, make it supportive, should be able to push. If this rejects here, we probably go down to POC. That'd be my guess. So just watching to see how we react here at our value edge. Again, I'll look back inside value, usually result, and then a failure to get back above. So this staying as our offer, give us one more leg down into POC, which would put us back down to 726 if value edge holds here at 36 on NQ. And for ES, if 46 edge holds, we're looking at a move 10 points down to 626. So first target. So need to see the ability to bid and push back up, or understand that this is where sellers are offering on ES and we are back inside our auction. Just need to see how this bids. crazy that that's all he had to say.
And the Russell 2000 index up 2.1%.
Message is just broken now. That bot. Oh no. I just had to bully it. We're able to get back over value. Great sign that we want to make buys. I would love to see a retest of value. I don't know if you, but it's a great sign that we were able to push back above our value high edge, retesting our highs now. We've got a VPOC and our previous day POC up at 905 on NQ. I don't know if we're going to go higher. We're just going to have to wait and see until we have some solid trends. We don't really have a great footprint to play off of. We didn't come down as far as we needed to, in the sense of retesting either our previous 15-minute POC or our stacked imbalance that's here. So just playing back up to our top edge, right? This is just kind of forming as a range right now. So until we have some better structure, we don't really have a great day trade. I think what you're going to watch for is a retest of our value edge as supportive, if anything. Right, so just watching to see how we react in our 39s on NQ. If we can hold 39s, I'd expect us to push that 905. Same thing for ES. If we can hold 46s, I expect a new high on ES, just as a secondary test of our value and then a pop off. But until then, I don't see a really great day trade if you're not already in it. If I do, I will let you know. Russell looks by far the best. Just putting that out there. The hold of 195.70 was very important. It's our previous 15-minute POC from the candle before, and we are retesting highs. Structurally, it looks the best this last candle. NQ and ES had to retrace quite a bit more. Again, we're just chopping in. I'd like to see value retests on ES. Russell making a new high here and getting outside of value would be a great first sign that we are. Yeah, bot's working. We hit a PT here on NQ, traded up into our VPOC and our 905, but again, we need to retest our value edge before we get anything that has any sort of structure going for us. Still just kind of chopping within the range. Broke our highs, which is a good first sign, but again, need to come down and test our like I would say on NQ. It's 651 on yes, there's been no signs that sellers have any sort of control yet. Yes, we are still finding a high, or we're still topping, right? But there's no real pressure yet down. No break of structure. Russell made a new highs, continuing to push. Just watching to see how we reacted. I personally am not seeing too much tape yet. I am not going to talk about anything. See that. See how we react here at value. Buyers are here. That's a great first sign that they are serious. Higher. We're going to continue to oscillate the full range, then there really is no edge yet. Sell side in control with break and high and value not holding here. I would say that we will break this low, right? If value does not hold a supportive. See bid step in here. Because what does it mean if we were able to make a new high and then we don't see any sort of supportive bid at value? Well, it means that these guys are trapped up here. So it's a really important test across the board to see if we have a higher low format. Hopefully that makes sense. Right? We want to see buyers sustaining at a higher price. So if we break back in off of a failure at the highs, then it's the opposite of what we wanted. So again, very important to see bids really show their hand here for higher low on ES and NQ. Russell still persisting and was able to push high. But we cannot sustain this, then I do expect us to take out these lows down at
According to sources, the ECB wants to present the results of strategy review at the Sintra Forum.
So we've looked back inside value on both ES and NQ. We'll be watching to see if that offer holds or a rotation down to the low of our range. Again, no real structural levels to play off of other than this fact for the short term until we see some of this volatility and a clear direction form. I am generally bullish in my opinion on today, as long as the Russell is getting this push. NQ might not get as much of the action as we want. Just understand like Braxton's as well is that small caps are going to get a nice bid off of this cut. So we might be seeing a rotation back into some of these names from our growth stocks, our tech names. So you might see a bit of a more mixed market on NQ. Overall feel day for me, as long as this Russell is able to push up and kind of get a bid, that our overall idea should be bullish on the day. Things shift. We'll talk about it from there. So far, ES and our value edge resistance. Russell sideways up at these highs. Full rotation on NQ off of the failure of value. Talked about. We're watching to see if we can take out this low and then push into this yellow area. This is where we have that stacked imbalance and our previous 15-minute candle POC at 750s. Again, I just waiting for some actual structure to play for any sort of day trading. 13.1 is what we want to hold on Russell. That's our previous 15-minute candle. Need to see a very strong and clear hold over 8 for continuation higher on RTY. As of right now, just bouncing view up on ES. Russell bouncing, so it makes sense that we're getting a lift off that. See if the Russell can get over 18s and hold that as supportive for a more upside. Of course, NQ deviating a little bit more wild in action, volatile with less confluence with RTY, right? I do IWM, SPY are going to have a lot more than IWM. Okay. So rotation, smaller caps, smaller and mid. Good look over 18s on Russell. What do we notice about price on the 50 footprint? Where is our price in relation to our POC from the last two candles? It's under, right? So what do we need to see even as a first step to want to go long? Right? We need to get back above that. So short term, our first goal is just to get back above that POC of current candle. Remember, yellow is the current POC, this candle. And if we can't get back over this, we have a downtrend that's forming, right? And our next target has to be just where value was last time. That's this area below us. So we're either able to start to build above this POC on this candle, and we watch to see our reaction into the next one to see if we hold this as supportive for upside, or we're just waiting for a test into this area before we make any decisions. Because all we know is that we do not have a solid trend and that price is struggling to hold above POC currently. So we just watch to see how we close. We have a minute left on this 15-minute. See price is attempting to build above with this Russell push, but can we close above? And can we then watch the next candle, 50 seconds until then, to see if we can bid from here? If we can, then that's a level to play off of, right? And then all we're doing is playing it back up 77s. That POC is previous candle. That's all we're watching right now is how we react around these levels. All we have at our disposal right now is either a smaller auction between this 8 and this 76, or we're going to see this candle close below, new candle open below this 18 level, and then we're looking for a rotation down to 750. Either value has shifted or it has not. Wait for that. I think if you're looking for strong trend on the day, your best bet is playing Russell instead of NQ. Might not want to hear that, but again, just with how the rotation is playing out and with the actual, it's driven, right? We have actual flows stepping in by RTY, making it a much stronger trade. But how we react here should be pretty clear if we're going to have to come down into this 50 area on it. Coming into our target now. Watch to see how we react into the 60 to 50 area. Below this is 30. It's your hard value shift level. But I really want to I want you guys to understand this of low POC, price is unable to hold above, we're unable to get that bid. Does not make sense to look for a revert. Right? We need to start to see that build out. No sell sides in. We are headed back down to previous value. This is our 15-minute VWAP here in our 60 area. That can balance as well. And so if buy side is going to hold short term, really want to see bids really step in here. Failure to do this, we're looking for 730 and then a look back over 760 for continuation higher. Until then, it's just going to shift down with value. We haven't seen anything to show that we want to go higher. This is our ES edge, previous day value high, where I'd love to see buy side if we were going to continue higher as well. Hold yesterday's auction high, and then a continue from this. What do we need to see from this area, guys? A push back inside value, rotate up. This is our 30 edge here. Again, for NQ, see our 30s hold from our previous basing here, and we need to then recover this POC above us at 73s, or we're just going to continue down. We will know when the upside is ready to play. It is not ready to play yet. Sell side getting very aggressive with Russell pushing down. We're watching our ES edge here, still holding, but looking low. Need our first initial bounce, and then we need a secondary move to play off of. Not want to leave catch. Previous day value low, so that's a full rotation on NQ here from previous day value high to NQ value low. Watch our ES move. We get back over our previous day value low, value high here at 9s, or does this now hold as resistance just like yesterday? And then do we start to rotate down previous day value? Right? Want to see a recovery of that, or we target what? Previous day POC at 599. So if we can't get back over this edge, we see an offer forming here, then we know where we're going. Bear flag, and then we will rotate down to previous day POC. You guys to understand, there is no buy until we see that shift on our footprint. Very clear, selling above with an offside buyer on both NQ and ES off that failure at the highs. So if we're not holding any of the short-term supports, then we need to be patient. Sell side has control.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect the text release for Bank of England's Bailey, who speaks at the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas's annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium in Wyoming.
Should determine if we have one more leg down or not. If ES can't get over, watching our edge here on Russell as well in our 13-1. Russell needs one more leg down. We're watching 2017 into up and our POC shift. Something like this. Previous day value low test here on NQ. Mark, I don't know if you're trolling or not, but if you are, you need to stop. Nothing I've said so far has said to buy. So I need you to leave chat or stop trolling. Either one, or maybe both. You're gonna piss me off just like you did yesterday. We're
At
watching our
11 a.m.
previous day
Eastern
value
Time, we
edge
get the
here,
text release
guys.
for Bank of England's Bailey.
Watch how we react on ES. Get back over ETH high for the start of a pushback up, or is this going to reject
The
for one
Bank
more
of
leg down?
England's Bailey speaks at the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium in Wyoming.
This is our 30-second opening range, basically on NQ as well. So watching this, as long as the Russell can find lows, ES has moves and Russell has moves. But if RTY starts to lose again as we push into these sellers here, then we have one more leg down. So again, I don't have a ton of edge here yet. We got to wait for actual trend to form, or it's just going to be volatile. If Russell loses some momentum here as we push into our 8, this is basically where our offer is now sitting on Russell. So I need to see us back above this, or I just expect this to be sell side. And then just kind of continue down from there. And without Russell momentum, ES then loses a lot of it. Well, for ES specifically, for all my ES traders, we make previous day value high and our ETH high support it, or we can for any upside. If we can trade back up to our value edge here, but I fully expect this to just kind of be our offer and a continuation down short term with Russell topping out here. So again, I don't have any edge here, so there's no reason to be looking for trades. There's one general direction, and that's down. We'll be watching to see how we interact with our previous sellers as we put back up. Things that we can watch that are very clear is we have selling deltas here. So how we react in guys on NQ is going to be incredibly important. And we have multiple selling levels above us. So what I'm watching for is how we react in this POC and then into this offer. That until I see us building above our previous 15-minute POC and back inside of our auction, don't have a very clear edge. And until I see something that is an exact setup that you guys can follow, I am not going to tell you what to do. Too many of you either were trolling me yesterday or were actually doing bad. And either way, if my communication is not clear, then we're not trading. Really big test here on Russell. If we can get back over, it's a really great sign that we want to rotate higher. This is
One
just
minute
POC
remaining.
from previous candle. We have a minute until new 15s are going to come out, and we are just sitting at offer on RTY and on NQ.
Ten seconds.
So far, perfect projection off our 18s. New 18s opening now. Watching our retest here into 84.75 on NQ. This could be our first look at a higher low if we can actually bid here. If we don't see a strong bid at this 84.75 and retest of our previous day value high on ES, buy side is not ready, in my opinion. You need to see very strong looks and holds here off a previous day POC, or sorry, our previous day value high on ES, as well as this low on NQ here.
So we have posted out Bank of England's Bailey's full speech on the feed for all those interested.
Not a ton of merit. I just watch the
Fed's
POC
hark on the
shifts,
wires
Bruce. I don't watch actually
says
really
we need to
anything
start
else.
moving rates down.
See if we can hold this 84.75 on NQ.
Bank of England's Bailey says market events like those of 2 weeks ago or so will happen. The test is not whether they happen, but whether they trigger wider instability. Bank of England's Bailey says, I think we are now seeing a revision down in our assessment of intrinsic inflation persistence and
So far, so good.
communicating when we
If you are
decide to
playing off of
accommodate
that
short
edge, you
run
need to sell
shocks
into
or trade
26.
off between inflation and activity is essential but not difficult. Bank of England's Bailey says it's too early to declare victory on inflation, and I'm cautiously optimistic that inflation expectations are better anchored.
Need to see a new high, Kels, but you got to sell in the top
Bailey
of
says
range.
second round inflation
It's your
effects
first risk
appear to be
off.
smaller than we expected.
We can continue higher. Awesome. Not, it's just scalp. Should at least have break even stops now. So again, with ES holding our previous day value and ETH high is what we are looking for upside, but we see a breach of our offer here for that rotation up. So it's just noise. Our only level to play off of based off of our POC shift.
Bank of England's Bailey says signs of
Yeah.
disinflation are coming from China.
Once we get back over 50s, 50, 60 on NQ, we're gonna have a lot more momentum in the market. Until then, though, it's just gonna be us kind of rotating around our POC here at 28, 6, 26. Especially if the Russell can't get over 18s. Crucial that we are able to build above these
Bailey says
selling
it appears
deltas.
the economic costs of bringing down persistent inflation could be less than in the past.
Again, this is your first risk off. We'll see if Russell can hold above 18s now. This is our 26.75 from our hold of our POC from previous candle.
Fed's Harker says, I don't see a large outsized risk of labor deterioration. And Bailey says some volatility of inflation is inevitable. Harker says the jobless rate will not peak above 5% in my view. Bailey says policy setting will need to remain restrictive for sufficiently long. Bank of England's Bailey says inflation is not back at the target on a sustained basis, and the course will be a steady one. Fed's Harker says low to moderate income households are feeling pain. Fed's Harker says the neutral rate is somewhere around 3%, and contacts are urging the Fed not to stop and start rate cuts.
Really great rebid and hold of our 18 on Russell. Pushing over our 26 here on NQ, trying to make POC supportive. Targets above are 50 and 73. We need to get through these selling deltas, but again, like this 50 to 60 area is going to be tough. But if we can breach it, it's a great sign, especially with Russell continuing on. And if you're getting FOMO, don't. Gonna be plenty of opportunities. If you're unwilling to put risk on there, we're just starting if this is going to be a trend shift. There will be other opportunities. Market gives nothing but opportunities. So wait for a setup that you understand. Our IWM spreads are up to 73 cents right now. This Russell hold of 8 high. Back down to retest POC from previous candle. So far looking below. Like we want to rotate value. I'm going to give it a second to see if Russell can find a bottom. Yes, retesting previous day value high. Our interaction into 650 on NQ is going to be pretty important. There's some sellers who are trapped down there. If they can accelerate below 650, we still have more downside. This is our short term. We interact below this level. or above it. Again, the Russell is going to have much cleaner action today. Yes, and RTY is still holding what they need to. Bid still stepping in at that 18 level on RTY. NQ just rotating between our buyers here and our sellers above. There's nothing to really trade yet, unless you're willing to trade the range. Need to see that look over 50s. We're just trying to take out these selling deltas above us. As long as the Russell has momentum, there's upside. We have 30 seconds until 15's open. What we're watching for here, guys, is for POC to be supported now at a second candle. Watching how we react into this area. Our 23s. We have a very clear node that is formed as well. If we can bid like this, awesome. Let's full target here on ES into our value edge. I'm going to delete pathing. And
So the
again,
Japanese yen
if you're not
climbs
in this, it's
1%
fine.
to a
There will be
session
another
high of
opportunity. This is going to revert. We know where
144.79
we're
versus
going.
the dollar.
818 above this. If we don't get the pullback we want, that's fine. Wait for another setup. Not a big deal. We are testing our value high edge on ES and RTY. What we're watching for continuation here is for the Russell to be able to hold value on ES as well. This should lead to more upside on NQ as well if we can hold. If we cannot, and we look back inside, we are going to be watching for a reoffer and a pushback down to POC before a continuation has potential.
The pound also extending gains and climbs 1% against the US dollar.
Understand that we need to find acceptance here at our value edge on both ES and Russell for expansion, for the ability to continue higher. We need to see that value shift. So it is fine to play off of this level, but understand that you need to have a pretty tight stop here, because if we push back in, we will rotate this auction below. Here it goes. Looking for 60 above on NQ if we can hold our value edge. Sometimes lose your edge. Yeah. Again, like, you're not going to have edge every day. You're not going to have setups that make sense every day because you have trained yourself to play in certain market conditions, and market conditions are not always there. But if you try to trade like they are there every day, you're going to have a bad time some days, and it's going to make you doubt yourself quite a bit. You don't understand why your setups are working or what kind of markets your setups work in, and you continue to try to just take the same kinds of trades, it's going to ruin your mental, make you think you don't know how to trade. It's really important to understand the variables that go into making your system work, and knowing the market conditions that are going to have the best odds to actually play for your setups to play out. It's so important. That's why we talk about, like, understanding when you go back and you back test and when you're foreign testing, if, like, when do these trades make sense? When do they work? When do they not work? What are those conditions that need to be met for me to feel comfortable in a position? If you don't have that, then you shouldn't be trading it. Why would it work? The liquidity isn't being presented the same way, the reactions aren't being presented the same way, then why do you expect your trade to work the same way? But it's really hard to feel like it's just a constant battle of feeling like, oh, I'm going to miss the move. This is the move. It's the only move. I've got to play this move. And you need to get rid of that mentality, because there will always be another option. It's easy to reflect after the bell. Yeah. The problem is that most people don't reflect after the bell. Right? Not journal. Still refuse to journal. Refuse to look back, because looking back at losses and looking back at bad days is emotionally traumatizing to them. So it's better to just ignore it and then try again tomorrow and do the same thing again. Reflection is like 60% of trading. And why is that? Because because trading is like 60% discipline, right? So that's part of your discipline journey. Trading is understanding your own faults and fixing them, right? Correcting. Oh, I keep taking this garbage trade. Oh, I keep doing this FOMO trade. Okay, now that I'm aware, I'm self-aware, I can now do something about it, right? But if you are never willing to self-reflect and never willing to journal and actually figure these things out, then you're going to continue making the same stupid mistakes because you're allowing yourself to make the same stupid mistakes. You're unwilling to put your ego aside and actually self-reflect and get better and change. It's what's going to be the deciding factor between you passing an eval and then blowing it up the next day, right? Because you're going to have good days. You have edge. The problem is that you think that you have edge every day and for every rotation, right? So you're going to win some trades that allows you to pass an eval, but you're not going to have the sustainability to stay in the market and be profitable because you don't know when to actually utilize your edge. So yeah, you're going to win 50% of the time, and maybe that 50% will pass your eval. But if you stay in losing trades and you haven't fixed any of your bad habits, on the days where you don't have edge, you blow up. Yeah, it's a constant battle, constant. Yeah, it's so important to have that live to fight it again rule in your system. Like sometimes it's not the day. Don't ruin. I say it all the time, but like don't ruin a month's worth of work in a single session. Such a disservice to yourself doing stuff like that. 2 minutes and 30 seconds until 15s. The key here is that we are able to maintain above this 50 to 30 on NQ, really. What we're watching is, can price now build above this area? We have eaten through our last stacked imbalance from that sell side down. And now it's just about trying to create this 3-bar reversal up. Excuse me. It looks like we're trying to build above our 15-minute VWAP on ETH, but there's not great buying levels here on ES until back down into like 39, sadly. There's just not a lot here on ES until we're either back over 650 or back below, back down into like 39. So 50 is kind of our edge right now to see if our offer is going to be sitting there. And Russell still looks great. There's nothing to really say about Russell. Russell's in very solid trend. As long as 25 is holding short term, we are looking good. And I think for NQ, again, like we're just eating up this sell side liquidity above us from these from stack imbalance. So chopping here makes a lot of sense. We're just watching to see how we react into this blue area and if we can start to build above. My target for NQ, if we're able to get through here, is still going to be just that initial selling target at 18. So just going to keep an eye here on our POC above and see how we react into this new 15 that's opening now. 5 seconds until new 15s. So far holding it as resistance. Still just holding POC from previous candle. We can now define this area a bit more on NQ. Just our POC edge to our value high edge here. Just so better visualization of this area where we need to be. This is where our offer is sitting. We need to see the look above this area, or we expect sell side to just kind of be absorbing into this for one more leg down into C below, where like 20, 30 area. Russell still able to push, slow bid, but it is still just grinding up. Yes, just that POC off of the shift. The issue with POC here is that if sell side pressure gains any sort of pressure, with POC being here and our value edge being here, we've created a very heavily weighted node up at our highs, which will result in this going offer and then a shift back down through this range because of how thin. See that? So really need to see basically a look below the ability to bid and then push and hold over our value high here for continuation. Do not want to be entering ES here with how tight of a range it is, with how much we can fall down. Want to see that shift above value and the ability to hold. Whenever we see weighting that's heavy into our highs, we want to make sure that we are on the right side of the trade. Or there just creates a lot of potential off-sided buyers, which can create a very strong selling move downside. So seeing that acceptance and that willingness to trade above and is going to be pretty key to enter a fresh position. It's fine if you're already long from lower, right? If you're long off of previous day value high, where we are looking for buyers to be present, but understand that with how much liquidity is being traded up into this high node, that then have the opportunity now to have lots of off-sided participants in either direction. How much two-sided trading has happened. My guide will, of course, still just be the Russell. As long as the Russell has momentum, I expect ES to have momentum. For NQ, be able to get over the 70, 90, or this is where that offer is just going to be sitting short. We're balanced at our 15-minute POC, trying to build this as supportive from a look below. We're now seeing if we can accept above. We have two stacked POCs here, which means balance for the short term. Seven, seven. What can we see about the Russell and footprint, guys? We have a pretty strong trend with POCs holding it supportive. See if I can. Have I collect any artwork? Like paintings? Just from friends from school. But no, I don't like go out of my way to like go to galleries. But I have like a ton of I buy like sketchbooks off of people if they're willing to sell them. So I've got a huge collection of like previous sketchbooks from college. And I have some like personal pieces from friends from the old art school. Pushed right to our 18s and immediate rejection on NQ. Nice. What is he just like a general art professor or what's his focus? Or what's his discipline, I guess is a better word. Meaning best stuff. What? Really watching this 28-7 edge on Russell to let us know if we're going to continue or not. Loss of momentum on Russell equals loss of momentum on the overall market. Russell keeping us up, right? So really just focusing here to see if we can hold POC and our value edge on RTY, or if we need to start to rotate down. Would really love to see buyers be able to maintain this on RTY for continuation higher. We are back into our lower ranges on ES and NQ. So we need to be careful for reoffers here. Russell does continue to show weakness, just like we have path. Just keep that in mind that this Russell bounce is pretty significant. See if we're going to we push back inside, then we start to rotate like this. $30 until new 15. Still just ranging on NQ. Oil based, got it. It's our first area to look for a bounce on ES to see if buyers are going to be able to look us back in, or if this is to rotate fully to target here. We watch to see how we offer. Russell still falling down. U15's opening now. This is our 30 level on NQ. Really big test here to see if buyers are going to hold or if it goes offer on a retest in POC and our value low edge on so again, important to see if value is going to shift or if bids can step in here. Again, we talked about how important it is to not be taking longs into this POC value high until we see the ability to hold over value. It is so important because we understand that if these guys get trapped, right, a loss of momentum, have a lot of room down with how thin this profile is. Watching our offer here into 30s. Can buyers recover or does it stay sell side on the ladder on NQ? As long as the Russell has momentum, the market has the room. But if we can't hold and push back above 30s and recover our 50s, then I think that we probably have one more leg down to 84s on NQ. So far, holding our value edge though. I'm going to delete this. This is played now. We're watching this move. How do we react into our 50s? And do we then push below 30s on a secondary move down here? Russell can't find a low here and recover our 25s is supportive. And that secondary move looks pretty reasonable. If the Russell is able to hold 25s and get back over 28.7, then it's fine. Good. But we need to see our reaction here before we decide directionally. Oh, nice. That's a lot of burnt umber. Yeah, it looks like an underpainting. In oil, you paint with like a burnt sienna or a burnt umber before you apply color on top, and it usually looks something very similar to that. Um, but that's probably this technique to achieve that. That's how a lot of like the old masters got that like really intense glow, like Rembrandt in them. You can see it in his work there as well, where it looks like it's glowing. It's from that underpainting and putting that in um, little segments of your painting of it. Creates like a really amazing fight. 50s holding offer. We're looking for this move below 30s for acceleration, or we're going to be trapped in between these two levels. Again, need to see that push below 30s for that secondary move. Hmm. Risking off one here from 30 offer, secondary move. We push back down into these wick lows, uncertain. Uncertain as of yet. Might try again. Out one more here into our wick lows. I'd love to see a new low if 30s can continue to maintain, but I will take the 10 points. 10 and then 20 points there. Need to see Russell be able to breach this and then do that secondary leg down if we want anything real. If Russell wants to hold these lows, then it's going to be very choppy here until we see which way it wants to move directionally. Very important level here on ES as well into our 35s. We've basically done the full move, failure of this node. We're waiting to see if we get that secondary leg down now, or if we're just going to double bottom here across the board. Another rejection 30s, offer holding there. Now one more. Tapped on my last contract there into 35. I'll wait to see if we offer below again. Market is going to chop until the Russell decides what it wants to do. Just watching our reaction back into 50 to 60. We have an LVN above us that we can fill if sell side offsides now, low 30s. Same as before, we want secondary moves. So if 50 is going to hold, we want to see that look below 30 and offer for that secondary move down. Problem is that if these guys are now trapped below, we can now bid up back into 78. So I want to play the secondary reaction, not the primary reaction. Huge day with micros, Kels. Wow. Congrats, man. Great look below 30s. Russell falling and continuing down off the failure at 25s. Just watching our like 15 to 18 edge to let us know if we're going to get more. This is target for Russell off of this move that we've had pathed. Watching our rebid into our reoffer, I should say, into 30s, seeing if the sell side can hold this attempt. This is our value edge on ES. So you need to be risking off some until we are able to push below, just like last time. Remember, we want to see our reaction into this ETH low in previous day, and we want it to be a resistance and for a continuation down, or this will just be where buyers are if we are going to continue our range. Need to see day open become resistance. Same thing for the Russell as we push down into these lows. This is our value edge. We are maintaining a downtrend. Very easy to see that. But we do need to see the ability to push and break these lower highs. 30 offer holding so far. Need to grab water soon. 30 seconds until new 15. We are below POC so far. Our POC is at 30. Can you imagine that? Ten seconds. Oh, one more here from 30. Great reoffer and continuation down. Beautiful. Out one more here into 84s. And this is Russell into target as well. Huge trade. Value low edge here on NQ. Smooth stops down on a runner and chill. Still need to see acceptance below ES and RTY here, or this is just our bounce point. It's crazy what waiting for some edge can do. Oh. Watch our offer into this for secondary moves if we're going to continue to go lower. This. Thing like that. I expect this trapped seller to be a buyer again. If we do, or this would be my secondary target into 49s. Just watch how we react here. If Russell doesn't want to find a basing here at POC, then we keep going down, right? Like it's as simple as that. Same thing for ES. Like we want to see the offer hold here, and we want to see the retest because this is healthy. We fail to hold previous day value, and then we do a move like this. That leads to a healthy downtrend where we can start to rotate through previous day value. Right? We want previous day value high, our ETH high, and our current value low to maintain resistance for continuation down. That gives us a target of our ETH low and so building here for a bit, it would be really great for us to show like clear sell side acceptance. The thing that we don't want to see is chop and then a pushback inside value and then another rotation. If you are short, you don't want to see something like this. So we want to see this ability to kind of continue to push down, and we want to see the Russell hold below POC here as resistance. Again, POC is always our orange line. We want to see us build and show acceptance below this point, not above. As long as that's happening, we don't have momentum on the market. I am flat, so I'm going to go grab water. I will be right back. We know what we're looking for. We want to see POC hold as resistance on Russell. We want to see this blue box hold this offer, either 84s or this blue box, and we want to see ES hold value low as resistance for a continuation down. I will be right back. Losing my voice. I'm gonna clean up the Russell chart a bit and just get rid of my crayons and just put a proper regression channel in, just so that we have an understanding that this is still
Stock
an,
index is pairing gains with the S&P last up to 0.6%.
just a nice visual aid. Like, oh, hey, sellers are still in control. Pushing into next target here on NQ. Again, there's some trap sellers here into 49.50. I'd expect this to be our bounce point until we can see a that go offer. I personally don't want anything to do with this area until we see a retest into this offer. I think it's just going to be choppy. No reason to re-enter a position. We're going to be able to get a better fill. Now that this is fully played, and we can restructure this. Sideways until Russell decides what it wants to do here. It's just chopping at POC. I want to see that look below and then, or again, like bottom can be in for short term. We got to get below this 49 guy and make previous day value low resistance for more downside. I don't short previous day value low until I see us below it. It's just my risk off. Doesn't make sense. Either value remains or it doesn't, right? It'll be very clear. Oh shit, my bad. I didn't unmute on Discord and YouTube. We're just waiting now because Russell came back down to POC, where I wanted us to hold. So now it's just a waiting game to see how we react in this area. Can we break the downtrend and hold this area as our low, right? It's just a shift back to POC. So until we see acceptance below, there's nothing here. And what I just said on when I was muted is we don't short previous day value low until we're below it. That doesn't make any sense. Either value is persisting or it's not, right? So it has to be our target that we look for until we are holding below it, and then our offer steps in just like it did at 6:30, right? Or sorry, 7:30. Like you need to see acceptance below this level, or I expect buy side to just continue finding value down. So to me, that's just a risk off, and now we wait to see which way we chop, right? What we want to see is a look back in, right? A break outside of this range that we're developing. What's the Mario setup? Well, we have a look below, and we have a look above, and we have a rotation through the range. We want to see who's going to be trapped, and then our reaction away from this area. Does it go down? Does it go up? And then how do we react into our previous offer from here? If we fail these highs, I look for this rotation to lower and then a continuation down. But like until then, I gotta just wait. We got a much better entry on our short, and I'm not re-entering shorts at the low. Does not make sense. Russell has momentum, and we're back to our halfway back. We get back over 25s, price goes back up, you know? So just gotta wait to see how we react here. Ugh. 2 minutes, 40 seconds until new 15s. Two-sided trading down here at the lows. Watching our Russell into our reoffer, our halfway back in our main pivot off of fives. Either we go back in or this holds this our seller. Russell loses momentum here, then NQ is able to push down to that previous day value low would be my guess. But if we're able to maintain, then we're going to have to push back up to POC up at like 718, 730. Again, I am flat. I will wait.
ECB's Ren says there's downtrend in inflation and it's on track. ECB's Ren adds that disinflation and a weak economy supports a September rate cut.
Important retest here on RTY into our 230. Or sorry, 220. Apologies. This is target here on NQ into previous day value low off that rejection of 25s. Again, I'm flat, but these areas make a lot of sense for us to come back down into. We have 25 seconds until new 15s. We'll be watching to see how we react from here and see if our POC that's just developed out is going to hold as resistance on a retest. That's at that 80 level. So from here, do we hold and then continue lower, right, for a secondary move below value? Or do we just continue like hard push down from here? I don't know. Don't have the answer for you yet. See how we react. Flat means I am not in a position. not short previous day value low until I see a clear holding below it. The only edge that we have here is into this 80 from previous day, from previous 15-minute, right? Sell side wants to hold here, then we can play it through, and we have a 40 point, like 30 point range to play on NQ. But we expected buy side to be able to hold here at 20s. We're just watching to see secondary reaction from here. Is it able to hold our PVZ, or do we push below and make this resistance for continuation down? Right? Russell has momentum, then we don't have any selling pressure in the market. Watch this 80 if offer is going to hold or not. This is our retest into that sell side pressure.
ECB's Ren says, I don't want to pre-commit to any rate decisions.
We see how this interaction makes sense, or no? But we got to get below this 49 for continuation, or it's just going to be, again, a rotation between 80, 50, 30 point range. So if you did play that offer, this is your first risk off. It has to be.
ECB's Ren says the euro has indirect effect, so we don't target the forex rate.
We need to see that look below this trap seller and acceleration. That's 30 points though. Oh, we should be happy. Now it's just a break-even trade. There's nothing wrong with waiting for that offer, that test into it. Do you see what I mean? Like, you see how there's no trades to the left there? You can just wait for that secondary move, and it's very sure. That's just playing off of that POC, and then just playing it down to our value edge. And now we can just wait, but we can capture 30 points just from a simple auction. Auction high and low. Russell's still maintaining where it needs to. No secondary move below our 49s. Seller's still trapped there. No change. Just watch our 25s on RTY and see if we're going to oscillate again. That trade may have been too fast for you guys. I really tried to break it down beforehand because I knew that it would be quick. But like I need, like, if we're only paying attention to certain areas, right? If we're only paying attention to our value areas, our POCs, our stacked imbalances, we can eliminate all the other noise. And then we only pay attention at these very key levels and we make our decisions, right? Everything else is noise. step is removing the daily loss limit. So you can now blow up a 50K in a single day. Huge. Yeah, I can see that being good for algo. But for everyone else, it's going to be not good. No, they're going to blow up 50 in a single day. If they're going to remove daily loss limit, they should also remove the need to trade 3 days. You should be able to make all your gains in a single day. You know? Go full gamba. This absorption has changed a bit, so I'm going to adjust levels accordingly. We've got absorption into 93.7. So I'm just going to that so we're aware of this absorption. All right, what say 87, 75. No change. Russell still holding 25s as offer. Need to get above that for any sort of shift, or we will continue to just oscillate this area at our lows. Need over 25s and bid. Need to show acceptance above this tail. Sell side is absorbing in this 75 to 93 again. Mark that. Two. See if we can get our push below 49s on this attempt, or if we just bounce again. Again, Russell is oscillating in between pivots. So if we bounce again, there's no shift. You need to see this look below and hold for information. See if we can push below and hold on NQ off of our absorption. Again, no shift here. Watching to see how our secondary reactions are. Russell immediate bounce with the lower range, no change. Watching to see our reaction into 56s on Q. Not showing up for you in yours? Weird. Yeah, I mean, it's just what looking at that and then watching the DOM for me. This guy is no longer trapped. Gotta get rid of. This should be our pivot now. Either buyers can hold here for a higher low, or we'll push below, and this will be our offer. It's like 45 to 53. Yeah, so I'm basically just taking POC from the previous candle up to the high of this delta. '86 is really where it ends us, but we already had our pivot there for POC at like 77, so it made sense to just make it a single zone instead of doing something like this. Then we just have a lot of lines for no reason when I can just denote an entire area. High side holding so far, no change. The only thing that is a potential shift is Russell up at our 25s. Can we make it supportive, or is it going to oscillate again? You know the oscillation. I'm going to delete this and just keep that. Do I need to stay for the full session? How'd you guys do with Mario yesterday? Good? Good? Bad? No trades? Sauce, do you see how we got our you weren't here this morning, but do you see why I was looking at that area now for a bounce on QQQ into close? That make a lot more sense now that we've done the move. Here, let me see if I can find that post again. This is what I said yesterday at this area.
Hello, everybody.
God, you're so quiet for me. A second.
Am I louder now?
No, I think it's a personal issue. Should be good now.
Skill issue.
Always has been, bud.
Yeah, story of my life. Can't believe after all of that, we're still trading the same range.
Yep.
Okay, okay. An hour.
Yeah. I swung futures, but yes, it was good. I'm waiting here, guys. There's nothing for here for me. Russell holding 25 is a great first sign. I want to see continuation. We have 7 minutes left on this candle. We want to see where this absorption is occurring. We want to see buyers now willing to bend it on NQ for a push higher. I think we could probably tag into 18s if we can hold here, but I'm uncertain, so I will wait. I think retesting on the Russell first makes sense, and then we can go. Want to make sure that this move has been validated. You know, there's some validity to it at 25s, 25 hold. We can get this validity here on NQ or on RTY. I think that there's potential for more upside, especially if this seller is now a buyer with Russell continuation. But if this fails here and these buyers get trapped up at the top, I'll be watching for 77, basically 80s to go offer, and then a rotation back down to 45s. And I'm just as happy playing that. If Russell gets back into this pivot, gets below this pivot. We see why this is our pivot below POC and our value low of this previous candle. So I want to see if buyers can maintain this low. And if it goes offer and we make this resistance, then we have a lot of continuation down potential. It's the same principle that I talked about of how we need to see sell side hold below previous day value low for me to take another short, or it's just going to be my risk off for shorts. Like I'm not going to short value until I see that shift. It's just either a closing of short or a longing opportunity. It's to be. And we can see that in play right, on our 15, where like it's an immediate bid below pop up, which I want nothing to do with. So let's see if layer 77 rotates back down. There's 45s here. Watching for that offer and retest. Russell testing our 25 edge, see if a bounce occurs, or if we rotate back through the range. NQ holding our value low. Or sorry, ES holding our value low distance so far. Your first risk off if you are playing off of our 77.80 edge and our rejection of 25s on Russell. Again, coming back down to our pivot here on NQ, needs to be your first risk off. If we can push below 52s, then we have more room. $52s and hold below 2 to 45, right? This is the pivot. Remember, Russell bottom of range. We want to care about that. Watch for our reoffer on this bounce here, 27s, and Russell into the bottom of range if it's going to happen. That'll give us a secondary move. Not get in off of the failure of 25 hold on Russell. If it doesn't happen, then at least we got the entry at 77s, right? There's no secondary add. I am fully out here. That was almost bad. I closed out and then opened a position at that.
It's the worst. Actually, the worst is when you leave a limit in the middle of nowhere and you forget about it.
So like the Dom moves too quickly away from it, you forget.
Yeah.
That's just 77 and push down with Russell failing to hold 25s. Secondary move. Now I'll watch for another entry into like 45.52 if we're gonna get it. Oh shit, that's the wrong channel. Oops. I am not in the right server. Sir, if I do that so often, man, oh, it's the worst. You just get too excited. Don't change the quantity back, and then all of a sudden you've exited full.
The big take through 10 there on ES. It's gonna be important to reclaim. It's like 1,500 contracts resting that got eaten there.
I especially do it when I'm talking a lot, because then I'm like focused on two things, and it's rough because I'm trying to manage a trade while also walk through the trade. My mind is a little split. This is a really important hold on 28s. Either those stacked and balance holds that 28 edge, or we retest 45.52. So I think it's fine to leave runners if you are playing off of 28, but understand that if we do push over 28s, I fully expect that retest into 40, 45.52. 28's a good edge. And I think that we're still just headed down to our ES target into our ETH low and previous day POC. This is what we're looking for the Russell for continuation down. Is it below this point? Or a move down to VWAP? It's going to hold. Find out. That might be my last trade. We'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, I'm flat. I'm just waiting. I don't think that there's anything wrong playing around this 28 edge with a tight stop if you're looking for a short, but I'd rather look for 45 to 52, see if that offers hold. I just don't want to get stopped out here a bunch waiting. I think this retest and fill, this makes a lot more sense. Just retest our value edge, right? We know what we're looking for here, and it'll be very important if we can hold this. It's our value low on NQ and previous day value low. So what does it mean if we hold this as resistance? Well, that's a shift of value, right? On a multi-day shift of value. If we get back in, then we're just gonna have offside sellers below, and then we can rotate back up. This pivot seems a lot more important to me. Anything else? I'll watch for the retest either way. Secondary move will be below 28s, and that'll be where I put most sides on if we do push below. we hold this now as supportive, then I'll just look for rotations up with trap sellers at the lows. Someone trapped at 600 on any. I wonder if my buddy's job secured. I think he should be. He's in design. Really bad if it was. If you are playing off 50s, this has to be your first risk off as we push back up in previous POC here. Understand that. This is a re-offer into our 73.77. This move stops up if you are playing off this pivot as supportive. As long as Russell has momentum, upside potential is there. Loss of Russell momentum into our halfway back will result in this pushing back down, and then we can look for rotation. Just POC to POC here. Actually going to shift this level. It's shifted. This is Russell halfway back and ES trying to get back into value. We'll see if it can do the same thing NQ did, which is look back above and now hold value as our edge. This is what happened here into our pivot. We want to see a similar thing happen on ES for more. Watch our 25 edge on Russell.
I think this is something you guys should probably put into your playbooks when you see like this big liquidity level get taken and then reclaim and we get expansion instantly on the hold to understand that we're going to probably get a full reversion off of that. Because whoever was selling there in this instance, the same on buy side, but is just going to get completely stuffed.
levels anymore. The only level that matters is 7. And POC above. I think if we hold like 70s, 730s, pretty likely. This is the full move. I'll hold this, just moving this over so that can be visualized. It just looks like we fill this LVN now on NQ and then look for secondary move. I'll wait. Right side, Russell at our halfway back as well. We want to see a higher low be able to form. Basically, just like a flag and a pop and 5. This would be huge for upside. And easy pay attention on easy watch, sorry, on ES, where it's just like, can we now hold our value edge and it higher? I really want to highlight again about me playing secondary moves and not primary. So we have a pivot, an area of interest that I want to watch for, but this isn't where I'm shorting. We see this? This is why I put this arrow here. My short was at 28. Hopefully that's clear. It's a long above and a hold. It's a short looking for a short opportunity. If we see our offer hold this 45 to 52, and then below 28s, I look for new lows. You have to manage it like that, because if Russell is able to pop, then we get this move above. There's no great shorting opportunity there for continuation. And just like Mario said, like we're going to get a drastic move up if like that pivot doesn't hold. See like the offer take, or we see it get taken. It's just like immediate push up. So I want to see primary reactions, and then I look for a secondary move value, and then I play that. Just like we did on every other one of these shorts, the 30 level, 77 level. Watching how we react into 70s here. Again, like I would really like us to be able to see a bid here at 70s, because if not, then it's just going to rotate back down to 50s again. So if bids can maintain 70, I feel pretty good about this. So I want to see like our bid continue to defend. If they can't, then we're just in this weird expansion thing where you got to be very careful because we have this expanding structure and we're still stuck. '70s held, you need to be risking off as we push into '90s. This is your just move stops to break even or risk off into 90 itself as we push in. That's POC from previous candle. but still 20 points being offered. 15 really, right now. There's your 20 points. See if we can build over 90s or if we stick here. Got our hold and flag on the Russell, which is what we were looking for that 70 catalyst to play on NQ.
So I think a lot of that can come from what we talked about yesterday, where understanding, like just zooming out and understanding where we are in terms of higher time frame pivot as well. Because if you understand that the range is large and our pivots are higher time frame base, you don't have to like that feeling of being late or early doesn't really exist because you have so much time, so much range. And just like not dictating stuff off our most immediate auction, using that as context within our larger auction instead of the other way around. Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't have to be. Mm-hmm.
Was that 70 level trade evade footprint thing? Kind of, but it was also an LVN that we had created from the pop-up. So it's something that you can just visualize yourself, Patel, is we had a large move up buy side that created an imbalance, and we had an LVN that needed to be filled just off of price action alone here. We've filled that structure now, but for an imbalance to hold, I'm just looking for us to retest this this pivot, which is just a previous balance, right? So we had an LVN that built out here. We saw a buyer then willing to push the spread up and kind of accelerate price. And then this was just a fill of that LVN and then a pop. So looking for that to hold made a lot of sense if buyers were going to do a secondary reaction. Because if we don't hold there, then it's just a rotation back down to 50s. And again, like that's not enough for me to look for a trade. So understanding that I'm looking for the Russell to also bounce with us at that general area allows for a bit more confidence for a 20. It's still just a scalp, but like understanding where that bid is looking to step in and structurally fill. Makes sense to me. I don't know if it did to anyone else, but worked. Still waiting for the Russell to get over 25s. Something that you can visualize on the footprint. I can't speak. The footprint chart on TradingView, Patel, is do you see how this is all very neutral, smaller deltas? And it's basically it's grayed out for me. It's because I've got the lower ones off. So it's the same thing. We've created an imbalance there. So I'm looking for this to be filled and then basically come back down to these buyers here for a rotation up. If that helps you visualize it, same thing. Just another way to look for an LVN. You can see the same thing on a footprint. And then it's just like PT has to be POC from that fill. $25 still rejecting. Pretty rough. I might be done. I'm losing my voice, man. I just
I mean, you
mute
can
and
boogie.
talk, like in chat, if anything. It's been a long week.
Five minutes here until new 15s. Kind of doubt these auctions resolve until then, but we have like really tight decreasing volume here. So I think this first move away will be on sweeper. Kind of aggressive. For upside, I think Microsoft can be leaned upon here as a secondary signal. It's trading under yesterday's low, and yesterday's low is today's value low. 4145. Worth keeping a peek on. 3 minutes. We'll see, Kels. We'll see.
Later, Kyle. It's great trading today. Glad you gained some of your confidence back. The end of week.
Expecting a more better response. I think that they'll. I'm hyped for them this year. You know. Did you see what Marseka said the other day? He's only working with like half the squad. Hilarious. Bye, Kels. Fifteens have just opened. The yes lift. Just very strong. You have confluence with our next node structure and VWAP in this like 33, 34 area. If we do become successful with look above. Pretty important here for ES to bid this 25 quite aggressively, or else you just look for full rotation of the last 15-minute candle. Same with NQ in this wick. Would like it a little higher though. Nice push. This is Apple up in the mid node. Weekly anchored VWAP. Nvidia testing VWAP. Microsoft just short of this very important pivot here. This first imbalance filled ES. Again, I'd like to see us get into the node structure above and get a VWAP test into 33. NQPOC 27. RTY is still holding this POC auction. There's your pure Microsoft test here. NVIDIA still 10 points shy of POC. Yes, still 2 points shy. Node structure above. Three and a half minutes on these 15s till new half hours. Yes, here into target. 33s. This 33, 34 area can go supportive. You can hold in node. We can look through 40. Same idea with NQ on POC. Was 20 to like 27, 25 area. Tesla coming into value high. Microsoft still not up and over. I do believe if Microsoft can get over yesterday's low and back into value, that it can see quite a big move to VWAP ORL, and you'll see NQES make full value rotations. Tesla value high. Apple pushing over POC. Nvidia similar kind of aggression of push over VWAP. Would not be surprised if you see a seller up here. You just want them trapped for any type of continuation. All of our targets being, this like 30, 35 area and Q, down even through 27, like we talked about. This whole like middle node, essentially. And ES, the 30, 33. Those go offer. We're just going to look back through LVNs. It's your two kind of directional signals here. Just want to see strong bid come in. You need some excited sellers, though, to give that second oomph. Microsoft retesting yesterday's low from the upside. Nice reaction on Apple, Microsoft on those retests. Need to see index pop. Still no Russell movement on this. Yeah, it's just not moving off POC. It was nice to see NQ get through VWAP there. I mean, Apple lift, Tesla overvalue high, Nvidia still continuing. Microsoft holding yesterday low, very important. For 1586 VWAP. See if we can get ES to fill this imbalance. NQ is coming into next node edge here. Yeah, I feel like there's really not much for like the 50 points here into like 800. We're gonna have to like create a new pivot. Kind of the same on ES into that 4750. Yeah. We have our weekly view up at 78. That is ES imbalance fill into 40, secondary target. We're looking for 47 to 50 next on continuation. New 15's just opened. What a rally off the lows. Butte. ES and Q both trying to be supportive of few up here. RTY low was on POC, so higher lows. It's a good sign, but still need active bid. All underlines here making pretty major retests. Nvidia, Apple back towards POC. Tesla on this value high. Microsoft back towards yesterday's low. You want to see this ESNQ bid quite quickly here. Supportive bids on underlines as well. Floor highs there. Kind of getting into last chance territory. Two minutes till change of hour. Microsoft back under yesterday's low. hilarious. We love that.
Treasury 2-year yield falls 10 basis points on the day to 3.903%.
I hope so. I somewhat agree, Sig. And the only reason I say somewhat is because I can see a seller just like taking us out and taking us too low, where it's gonna take out a lot of the progress that we've built. That's what my like gut wants, kind of thing. I mean, underlines look good. Everything so far is holding these upper pivots, but we're not seeing that desire.
5 minutes time now at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are expecting further comments from Fed Goolsby, who's speaking again, this time on Bloomberg TV. Live video for which is available on the feed or on the calendar, even for anyone interested.
And Q slight higher high here into this LVN daily open. RTY is so sideways, it's crazy how tight it is. There it is, Sauce. There it is.
Fed Scoresby said the Fed needs to focus now on the jobs mandate.
I think that's too early in terms of price.
Also reports that Apple is also ramping up testing of Mac models with M4 processors. Also a new iPhone unveiling to be followed by a release on September 20th. So they're planning the debut for September 10th for again new iPhones, AirPods, and watches, and testing Macs with new M4 processors.
But that's a different. You need to categorize that differently. Like, look at your node structure there. You're buying the LVN, and once that pops, like that's. I understand what you're trying to say, but like you should not get stopped where you got stopped.
Fed Scoresby says that Fed forecasts have clearly shown the path of rate cutting. According to an AP reporter, RFK Jr. endorses Trump for president.
No, you should. I think that's like a poor entry, but more so, like you want to see, like look at your auction, like so, but that's not entering early. But those are two different things, and that if you take that initial entry and you put the higher high, but then it doesn't hold that yellow line that you have, the like 700, then you stop out, and you should be buying that purple to yellow below.
Fed Scoresby says, I see warning signs, but also signs of strength in the economy.
So like I said, I understand what you're saying, but I think that's a miscategorization. And it's kind of just like pulling teeth here. Well, like you are like too. I still think that's just way too zoomed in. Like you're holding the high of the auction. That's the same time frame you're on, just a different view of it. Like it's this doji candle.
Fed Scoresby says the size of any given Fed cut isn't what matters the most. The path is the key. Future rates are far from where we are.
The path is the key. Weakness here, RTY. And QES both coming down in a bottom of range. You have tick breaking 0 here. Volume still really muted, but little curl. That auction there, we need to basically see higher high here.
Fitz Goolsby says there is some question mark on strength of the consumer.
It's under a minute here until new half hours.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at $2.28 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settle at $2.29 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $2.02. And NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $74.83 a barrel. That's up $1.82 or 2.49%.
RTY here. Keep eyes on. No higher high there. Lower low here, RTY. Be next week, Sig. Maybe next week. Push! Probably not, though. Yeah, I think that's kind of silly of the Dems, honestly, Sig. And it's just like the fight for the moderates. I just think like his takes on the pharmaceutical companies scare the Dems and excite Trump. That's about it. Wow, him specifically would shake up a lot of status quo. I do think he would do well. Like, I don't think he would do well as president, but I think he would do a good job of leading something. A little market. You're seeing more excitement on the bid here on ES at 40. Which is a little interesting. Not a ton, but it is larger than normal.
And Brent crude futures settle at $79.02 a barrel. That's up $1.80 or 2.33%.
So according to ICI, money market assets rose to a record 6.24 trillion as of August 21st.
RTY still continuing in this flagging pattern down. ES and Q put pressure on the highs. Bid tried to step on ES on that look over 41. RTY here in approaching LVN at 2220. A lot of this lift is Apple. The trade towards 50. Technical value high on ES established seller value so far. It would be nice to see RTY make that oscillation as well, get into 2230, but we're just looking to complete value rotations. Afternoon is feeling. I think even if we do get a lift in the next half hour ish, that like kind of bearish in terms of this auction close, not bearish in terms of the day, but come down back towards POC makes sense. Not super ideal, but that's very similar to this like 3940 area on the ES sauce as well. Honestly, as long as NQ can hold VU up, I think it's fine. full range rotations here. ES and Q, no lift. It's new buyer stuffed at highs. You're not seeing kind of like the sell side desire into the lows yet. Still just pretty balanced here. $30 till final hours. Any downside continuation? We have NQ into imbalance here. Cleans up through 93. Yes is sitting on top, and that cleans up through 26. Retesting auction and queue. Middle of auction, yes. What a Friday afternoon, folks. That's all I'm gonna say. Yes, top of range. NQ, middle of range. Apple lift here, engulfing candle. NVIDIA supportive off VWAP. And just like that, ES into target. Out of nowhere. Weekly VWAP there, 80 NQ. Okay, it's okay. I got this. I got this. I got this. Microsoft Apple showing that continued bullish pressure here. Surely, Sig. Surely this is the one. Yeah, exactly. They're so good, Sig. They do such a good job. Five minutes here until final half hours. I still would not be surprised if we get a retrace in that time frame. Yes, getting deeper into this previous kind of sell side weighted auction earlier in the day. 47.55 NQ testing LVN once again towards 800. RTY approaching range high. There's a handful of ticks off. That was a nice reaction on NQ on that look down. There's a decent take on ES as well into 47. We'll see if we get tested again here. The imperative here is RTY comes back to POC if we're going to get one more lift to bid this. If not, we just look for a return to our auction that we've sat in for the last hour and a half. Two-sided trading that I literally just talked about all got traded through. Watch your 80 NQ. Watch these retest towards 48 ES. If they offer, should see continuation into the auctions below. So they're coming in here 47.5, trying to get filled. They're pretty aggressive on the offer. Have dropped down 3 ticks now. Holding came over spread. Big retest here. Lower highs there off pivot. If you took shorts, should risk off here. NQ's deeper into the auction. Yes, no trade down through 40s yet. Less than a minute here until final 15s. Secondary risk off here on NQ. We watch 40s ES. Watch retest here off sweeper. There it is. If you caught that short, I would probably close it up for the day there. Pretty textbook. We anticipated it, talked about it. Done deal. Yeah, I think we just let this close resolve, and that was kind of it. I mean, that was great. You can't
1
really
minute
ask for
remaining
more.
now for the market on close imbalance.
Classic last 30-minute, just retrace, but from here on out, it's kind of just an observe for me. Yeah, true.
So looking now to the market on close imbalance, S&P 500 1.5 billion to the buy side, Nasdaq 100 480 million to the buy side, Dow 30 stocks 275 million to the buy side, Mag 7 stocks 425 million to the buy side.
Air high now, yes. And Q. The wave. RTY still maintaining auction. Just under 5 minutes on the day. Don't jinx it. "30 seconds." Ding, ding, ding. What a close. What a horrible afternoon into a good half hour. It do be like that. It do be like that. Alright, friends. I don't really have much for you guys here. Enjoy your weekend. Touch some grass. I will see you next week. Goodbye, friends.